Hello there, everybody. It is me, No Name Lemon 7 Spore, and I am back with the trouble of the space program. Um, yeah. So I on Saturday I did a little rocket building live stream, and I actually built an additional rocket off stream, but I'm not sure it's going to be used. And also off stream, one of the things I did was put down basically a bunch of stuff to be built in the spaceplane hangar. So I have these launch escape system tests. So, that will basically allow me to operate more... Okay, God, sorry. Like my mouse just came unplugged there. There we go. Um, yeah, that'll allow me to operate more, what are they? Basically more capsules in the future, and you can see that that progress bar is actually, like, very steadily ticking right now. Um, on those. So yeah, the launch escape system tests and the capsule tests will be for that, because those are kind of like the two most important parts in terms of the crewed launch system. I guess the other part would be the resupply capsules. I probably should queue some of those up, but I don't know. The LES tests also have 4 of the launch escape systems, so hopefully that should get the launch escape systems up to 10, and then that's basically allowing for 8 additional launches. I'm at the point with Crow where I think any new build parts for Crow are reliable enough that won't really cause any issues. In addition to this, I'm also testing the Bessemer engine, as well as some of the fuel tanks for some of the newer rockets I designed, as well as the Chavez engines, or Chavez engines. Yeah, I believe the Bessemer engines are for the smaller of the two new rockets. The Chavez have some of the larger parts. So my expectation is that I'm going to test the engines and the fuel tanks a little bit, and then eventually start having new builds. Um, yeah, let me show you the new rockets here briefly. So this is the one I was building off stream. So I'm calling these the CLF-BP series, which just stands for the Cheap Liquid Fueled Booster proposal or project 5. I think it is proposal project. I don't know. Um, yeah. Although some of them aren't liquid fuel boosters, but that's just kind of the thing I made it, or thing I named it. Just like, oh, let me see if I can convert these rockets into liquid, or could go to a more liquid fueled based system and just kind of see how the projects turn out. So I was designing this to kind of try to fill a spot between um, Robin and Bluebird, and it turns out that this is basically just a Bluebird equivalent. Um, this thing's like the size of Bluebird with the fuel of Bluebird. So I'm not as happy with this one. This one might not enter production because it's the same cost as Bluebird. I don't. I think it's got a little bit more Delta V, but it's not a big gain. And Bluebird is a rocket which just isn't being pushed to its limits right now. Um, I mean, Bluebird put the entire station up and did it perfectly fine. I don't even know what the maximum tonnage of Bluebird is, but like it's not getting close to it. It seems like Bluebird's running into volume issues or volume issues and mission issues before it's running into actual like tonnage issues. So this is on the table as a future new build. The good news is if I do build this, it does make use of the same parts that the other new builds are going to do. Is really the one, like, okay, a lot of these parts, various parts would have to be tested, but this second stage here, this engine's already used on Bluebird. The first stage, sure, these aren't tested, but these are the Bessemers, which, you know, I am beginning to test. These fuel tanks untested, but you know, all the or a lot of the other rockets will rely on this series of fuel tanks, so these are going to get tested too anyways. And then these fuel tanks are actually on the CLFBP1. Um, so these fuel tanks will also get tested. So really the only thing on this booster that would need testing for it is this stat quad coupler. Once, you know, the other rockets in the series are flying. It's still questionable as to whether this will see service or not. I'm just not sure it has a big enough advantage over Bluebird, but it would be a design I could just build. Okay, so I want to go through these. So we'll actually start with the shorter, or the smaller ones after this. So this is the CLFBP1, or the 1S, I should say. And this was basically me going, oh, let me try to replace some Starling. Or Starling 1G. Okay. So, okay, one of the things is that this engine here might need to rotate in the future. Um, I think it only can gimbal in one axis. And the idea with this booster is I'm using two of the fins from Starling to control the... basically control the vectoring in one axis, and then I'm going to use the engine to control the vectoring in the other axis. So this... the interesting thing with this rocket is it has significant, or it does have some decent savings compared to even Starling 1G. It's got more Delta V in the first stage, and the TWR on liftoff is absurd. It is 6. This thing is an upgrade in every aspect. The main engine is going to have to be dialed back throughout the entire launch process because the thrust is just that insane on this thing. So, because of that, I made a stretched version, and this uses a different fuel tank. So, the short version, by looking up, should be pretty close to each other. Once I find one of them, I find both. Yeah, here they are. So, the CLFBP1S is using the Carib D Flashy fuel tank. whereas this is using the bulky fuel tank. The flashy is actually more cost efficient per unit of fuel, but I did look at it and it's like, this is enough of an upgrade. And still, this can carry more. Like, there's enough thrust here to do more with this. So one thought would be, um, either maybe doing like one of these with two flashies on top of each other, or possibly like you know a flashy and a bulky, or maybe even the consideration would be kind of like having a center fuel tank and then two side fuel tanks which just contribute fuel to the engine, because this engine has so much fuel. And or adding more of these clusters to the bottom, because it does have these, and these clusters are pretty cost efficient. So yeah, I was basically looking at pieces in terms of how cost efficient were they per unit of fuel. And yeah, and this engine provides an absurd amount of thrust for how fucking cheap it is. So what I will say is that the CLF BP1 is probably going to become Starling 2. And interestingly, from like the top here, from this engine upward, this is just a Starling 1. This is a Starling. This here is a Starling 1G. It's this that's different. So yeah, those are probably going to be like two different variants of the Starling 1. Now I'm going to go to an interim rocket, and I'm going to skip the S1. I'm going to go straight to the S2. This is the CLFBP 2S2. So what this is it is a Robin first stage with a... Normally it would have been a Starling second stage, but I swapped it out for the Flashy instead, because the Flashy is just way cheaper per unit of fuel. So yeah, the Starling up here. Let me actually change that to white. Yeah, Starling up here, and then a Robin down there. Actually, let's make that gray. I like how the gray looks. So this would kind of serve as an in-between Starling and Robin. I did have a look between this and the S1. Let me load up the S1 real quickly and save it. And if we can see the cost between the S1 and S2, the cost difference is literally 5. It is $5. The S2 is $5 more expensive than the S1. Now, normally, I believe we would be using a pistache and something else. I mean, nano? I don't think we'd be using a nano. Something from this mod. Maybe it would be a nano. Maybe a baby. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it would be a nano to me, though. I don't think it's a nano. I'd have to check what is on top of Starling again. But it does have on top of Starling does have 2 tanks. I know that. I don't think there's a yeah, no, there would be a tiny boy up there. Oh no, it wouldn't be a nano. What tank am I using? I'm trying to, oh there we go, vanilla. So we're using an MO9 pistache and a CO9 vanilla. On top of that. So the pistache is let's look at this in terms of liquid fuel. The pistache is carrying 99 liquid fuel, and the vanilla is carrying about 34 liquid fuel, a little under that. So that would be, say, 99. Okay, let's say 100 plus 30. So it'd be about a little under 133 liquid fuel total. Like 132.8. Yeah, 132.8 liquid fuel. For $5 more, that goes up to 225 liquid fuel. That is a gain of, how much? Yeah, let's say 130, or 225 minus 133, so 133 would be 67 to get up to 200, and then 25, so 87, 92. 92 units of liquid fuel, and the corresponding oxidizer, for $5. 5 Kerbucks. That's how much I am gaining with this rocket. If I decrease this, that's not even 20 units of liquid fuel. This would already be cheaper than the 2S1. So yeah, it's basically, this fuel tank is just so cheap on its own that that's excellent. Now, if you did notice when I was going between, the 2S2 and the 2S1, I did a save. I saved the 2S1 when I really didn't have to. And I'm going to go to the 2A here. And now, actually, keep a note on the cost of the 2A. Right now it's saying 3,950.47. If I load it up, it actually goes up to 4,390. Why? Well, yesterday I realized something. Well, day before yesterday. Saturday, well, not Saturday. Okay. I built these rockets on Saturday, but yesterday, Sunday, well, I was, checking on them and working on the, CLF BP5. I noticed something. If I drained the P80 entirely of solid fuel, as well as the, main fuel tank I was making use of, like, the one I kind of discovered was like, oh yeah, that's like the cheapest per unit of fuel in the game. Let me find it here. It's this one, which you saw me use these on the 5 and some of the other ones. You can see the blue streak size 1.5. What I had noticed was if you drain these two of fuel, the cost was 0. They actually were free. And I'm like, well, that doesn't seem right. So I actually well, first of all, I went into the mod folders to just kind of see, oh, how easy is it to change the cost of a part. Turns out it's really fucking easy to change the cost of a part. And also just tried to discover what was wrong with them. So I think that with the size 1.5 fuel tank C, whoever was inputting the numbers basically probably copied the stats from like fuel tank B, or maybe like one of these adapters. Basically just copied, actually probably this adapter, copied one of these two parts to make this and forgot to change the cost. So when I was checking, this had a cost of 918, and that was just the cost of the liquid fuel. So yeah, what I believe happened is that they just didn't get the cost out, or they forgot to change the cost, or maybe they did change the cost but forgot to save. Something of that description. So that's what happened with the size 1.5 fuel tank C. And I went in, I changed the cost, I fixed it to where it should be, which is, 1,200. It's still in line with the rest of these, and these are still really cheap parts for the fuel you get. That's why I'm kind of switching over to them from the boss art parts, which I've actually realized are more expensive for the fuel you get. So, yeah. I mean, look at this. This is more expensive than this for the amount of fuel. And the mass here is deceptive because it looks like, oh yeah, that's a tiny amount of mass. That's the dry mass. That's without the fuel. Whereas that is with the fuel. This is still a little heavier. Yeah, I believe it is still heavier for the units, but it's not much heavier. It's not that much of an increase. So what had happened with the P80, I believe, I believe this is the Arion 5 booster. What had happened with the P80 was the mod author had likely input the okay, basically for the P80, I'm like, okay, I took a look at the next one down, the P40, and the next one up, the P120, and kind of like, okay, calculated how much the dry cost was in terms of the amount of fuel it carried. And what it seems like had happened with the P80 was, well, okay, I basically calculated those costs. It was different for both boosters. I picked a value, like for one it was like 3 point something, the other was like 5.6. I think it might have been like, 3.6 and 5.6 or something. So I'm like, okay, I'll estimate about 4. I don't think it's 0.6 necessarily, but like roughly around there, There's a high 5, like, mid to high 5 and like a mid to high 3. And I'm like, okay, I'll estimate it around 4. I'll still leave it on the lower side. And then just calculate the cost per liquid fuel. I think it was 4. There was some equation where there's an n number where it's like something divided by something else winds up being 3 or 4. So I'll estimate 3 or 5. So I'll estimate it as 4, kind of in between the two, and got a number a little bit lower than I believe 1,400. How much it is? Hold on. I need to see how much a P80 is. Why am I thinking 1,400? I think that is the cost. Oh yeah, it would be the cost right now. 400 or 1,400. Sorry. Yeah. So it's a little under 1,400. I'm like, I'm gonna round it up, and then I realize that the research unlock cost is actually 1,400. So what I suspect happened was that, whoever authored Nez, copied, presumably one of these smaller ones, or different ones, so probably like a P35 or the P40, copied one of these two, and, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, copied one of these two, for, determining the stats of the P8, to modify it to determine the stats of the P80, and wound up entering in the research cost and then accidentally replacing it with the intended construction cost, inadvertently leaving the construction cost the same. So I did leave the research cost the same because it is actually a slightly less research cost than the P40. I did leave that the same because like I've already researched it. It doesn't matter to me, but I did increase the cost to 1,400, which I believe is what it was intended to be. So I think these two parts now cost what they're intended to be. The problem is this is going to impact Robin directly. So any more Robin flights are going to be more expensive now, which I guess that kind of also explains why Robin was so cheap. Because is using P80s all the time and really cheap, or those were being really cheap boosters. or cheaper than they should have been. So anyway, this is a CLF-BP2A. I will save it. And the idea is that the CLF-BP2A is going to directly replace Robin 1. I believe that this has a little bit less Delta V. The second stage has a bit less, or is going to be a bit heavier. I don't think it has as much fuel, but it might be close. And I have swapped out the second stage engine. So this is the Chavez I'm intending on using and testing. So yeah, this is a direct replacement for Robin. I expect it to lose a tiny bit of payload. Like we're talking, Robin's maximum payload to low Kerbin orbit, where the upper stage gets to orbit, is probably about, if not slightly above 4 tons. This would probably be about, if not slightly under 4 tons. That's kind of where my prediction is on the CLFB P2A. But, the P80 on Robin is throttled down so low. This is throttled to the same as Robin. Then I'm like, well, I could just expand that upper stage and increase the throttle setting on the P80 and be fine. So that is what the CLF BP2B is. And this has a slightly stretched second stage. It has an additional half fuel tank, basically. I do think that this is probably the next most questionable of all the ones I designed outside of the CLF-BP2S1 and the CLF-BP5. This one is probably a little bit more questionable. I will say though, the other benefit of making the P80, its actual reasonable cost, is that it opens up a lot more mid-size SRBs. Like, at the cost the P80 was at, it basically rendered anything up to about, I think like this is, somewhere around here is kind of the first one. I think it is like that or this. It's, yeah, roughly like the Sultan and the Loss are kind of the first ones, the first SRBs which would actually become somewhat cost effective over a P80. Or at least, kind of coming closer. Like, oh hey, these actually have an advantage over a P80. Whereas now that the I've nerfed the P80 properly, it does mean that solid rocket boosters, kind of roughly around that 1K cost range, are actually good choices now. They are reasonable choice. Like, okay, this is probably still not a... I don't know, it's got more ASL ISP, but less vacuum ISP than a P80. Probably still not worth it, but that's getting close. Yeah, you could make the case that, like, the gemstone, this is now worth it. So yeah, hopefully there's some actual, like, solid rocket boosters with this move that are now worth it. What are some Arion stages there? Like the Advanced Solid Booster Light that I wanted to put on Starling 2, or like the original Starling 2 concept, that's not worth it. Like, this is now a really worth it solid rocket booster. The only reason I'm not going to do it is because I think it's easier to expand CLFBP1 to be better than this than it is to just slap this on. But, Starling 1 or Starling 2? I might leave. I might I think I am gonna name the other one the Starling 3, so that the Starling 2 concept, if I want, you know, this booster strapped on, I can. Yeah, these are both worth it now. As you checking on the fuel sense, that's a cost of 900. Yeah, okay. Those are roughly equivalent. But yeah, those could be used to, you know, give Starling 1 a little bit more punch, and that would be better than a well, not better, but that would fill a role, you know, which Robin wouldn't. It would be something where Starling could get a little bit of a bonus from Robin. Okay, so I didn't save this. Now it's saved, which should hopefully update the cost value. I should quickly do that for all the ones with the P80. So this is the CLFBP2C, which is basically just stretching the second stage again. And this is about 5k per launch, a little under that because some of that's, you know, the launch pad. And I'm expecting this to be a little bit more in between like a Robin and a Bluebird. Like the B is kind of like, okay, I wanted to gain a little bit of performance from a Robin 1. The A was like, okay, I'll make it cheaper than a Robin 1, but I'll lose a little bit of performance. Roughly equivalent, but I'll lose a little bit of performance. The C is like, okay, we're actually gaining performance. And I probably want to think about using... Actually, honestly, I probably want to think about using the C as like a resupply vehicle for the station. So quickly, we can go to the CLFBP3. CLFBP3, you know, this is 6k, and this is actually using one of those SRBs I was talking about. So from this portion up, it's a CLFBP2C, but, you know, it's got a Sultan solid rocket booster strapped to the bottom. And the way that this one will launch is actually really interesting. All this stuff will detach just before launch, and then when booster ignition occurs, which I assume would be on T-0, there's actually a cubic octag strut at the bottom that this will burn through. On the other hand, I do need to support this more. Or, you know, auto strut this. Just to make sure that, like, it doesn't have massive issues. Because, there's a very real chance that that could get wobbly very quickly. But hopefully now that there's some auto strut, it doesn't. So, the idea is that the rocket ignites, it burns through the cubic octag, and once the cubic octag is burned through, the rocket just goes up. Did I forget to save the C? I think I forgot to save the C. I'll have to backtrack and do that. Yeah, I forgot to save the C. So then we have the CLFBP4. So this is about a 7k launch vehicle. Actually, no, the C is kind of like an extended Robin, so I think the C would probably be about 5-6 tons. Yeah, probably about 5 tons to low carbon orbit, maybe 6. The 4, I think the 4 here is solidly in between Robin and Bluebird. This fills the gap between those two rockets. This is using a liquid-fueled first stage with 2 Bessemers, which, you know, we also saw on the CLFBP1. And, we look at the thrust to weight, it's still 2.57, so this is still a very high thrust to weight on that first stage using these engines. And, I mean, this thing's just basically better. I think this is using the Blue Streak parts. very, very heavily, although the engines are, I think, more Eisenhower aerodynamics. So I'd have to check specifically what's that one from. I guess it's like would this be like a combination of a Blue Streak and a Titan? Or like an Atlas or something? I'd have to check. Anyway, that's what this is. This is the CLF BP4. Solidly in between a Robin and a Bluebird. And yeah, we'll hopefully kind of fill that niche. I was looking at whether it's possible to make this into a good crewed vehicle for the station. I'm not super confident, at least not with the capsule design we currently have. Because the capsule design we currently have is 8 tons. I'm not confident this could do 8 tons to low Kerbin orbit. Maybe, but probably not. My guess is this is like a 6-7 ton launcher. Let me save it. Okay, and let me just make sure that the rest of these are saved. So yeah, that's saved. I know that the C is not saved. Now the C is saved. So I need to update the P80 costs after I had to modify that game file. Yeah, okay. So those are the new launchers, and I will be testing the various parts. I'm a little less certain whether the CLF BP3 will enter service or not. It is maybe a little bit too... well, not too much. It's filling a gap which I'm not sure needs filling, or, you know, testing a new booster. If I do like a 2C to a 4, you know, that covers a lot of the ground. Like, if I test the Bessemer and then these, or the Bessemer, the Chavez, and then, like, you know, the 3 fuel tanks of this type, I mean, that gets me both versions of the 1, all versions of the 2, and the 4, just off the bat. And maybe if I'm really careful, I can get the 5 as well, if I make some modifications to it. So this might be not the greatest thing. Well, on the 5, I'll see if I want to modify it in the future or not. Basically, the concept of the 5, which I did show earlier, was I wanted 4 Bessemers and 1 of a Bluebird second stage engines with these fuel tanks. And just to kind of see how that worked out. And seems not be terrible. But it's like, it just kind of seems equivalent to the Bluebird. I don't really see much of an advantage to it over the Bluebird right now. But that is something to keep in mind for the future. Now, in terms of stuff coming up, we do have a Crow launch to the space station coming up with crew on board. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably launch that, and then I'll start designing a resupply vehicle. Actually, I should start designing a resupply vehicle now. Now I want to do a launch. It'll have enough supplies to last. I'm not super concerned. I did do testing to show how many supplies the crew eat up in a day, and it is significantly less than what's required. Let me see. So that would be important info, right? Yeah, Kerbal usage per day. So yeah, with 3 Kerbals, and I'm assuming it's his direct conversion. 3 Kerbals in a day generated 95.9 CO2, 0.92 wastewater, and 0.01 waste. I'm gonna roll out Crow 1 AC to Launch Complex 2. Take about 3 hours. And it would be a night launch. I'm not sure I want to do this as a night launch. Probably do this as a day launch. Give it a quick moment. So hopefully, I think when I press launch, it'll allow me to spawn with like or pick the crew. Um, which if you look at the astronaut complex right now, um, yeah. So we got Jeb, Bill, Bob, and Valentina. Valentina will probably go up on this flight. Um, oh, I can hire level 1 Kerbals. That's good. Yeah, we'll probably send up Val. We'll probably send up Gusford, and then, of course, the remaining engineer. And they'll be the first ones to get to go to the space station. Good thing is, the crewed crow is tested at this point, so it should work. Like this is a rocket I've already flown twice, I believe. I also got to get the Corona probe made, or the probe to go in the sun's corona. Um, I feel like I need some more creative solutions for that. All right, so Coral 1 is there. I'm gonna want this to be at the daytime. Okay, so capsule test will complete. We're not going to do that capsule test yet. Capsule test will be after the flight. Just some of the maintenance stuff. I'll just warp until the LES test is complete too. And then we have various other tests coming up. Okay, so I'm gonna wait one more orbit. Okay, there we go. State Coral 1 is coming around, or Coral's coming around. I think Coral is in a good position right there. So now I can actually go to the launch pad and we can fly. How many things in the space plane hangar are done? Okay, yeah. Just the two. The Bessemer tests are gonna be done like 4 seconds apart. And then we have the Chavez and capsule test. VAB right now is next thing is actually yeah, that's the Eve mission. Then we're not gonna send them to Eve yet, but those will be launched soon and put into a low Kerbin orbit and basically readied for when the Eve window happens in 32 days. Okay, let's add. So our pilot is Valentina. Our scientist will be Gusfrod, and our engineer is Bill. Okay, it's time. Valentina, Gusfrod, and Bill Kerbin. Let's go to orbit. And hopefully that should level up Valentina and Gusfrod. Also, okay, I noticed it costs an additional 75,000 to hire a level 1 applicant versus a level 0 applicant, and I'm now just trying to think how much it takes to do a launch of Crow, because like that's the equivalent of doing that. I think a launch of Crow is like it's probably about 75,000, honestly. The more I think about it. I do really want to see if I can do some form of space or get some form of space tourist vehicle going, but I didn't accept space tourism contracts early on, so I don't seem to be getting them anymore. Anyway, it's time to go to Coral 1 space station with Crow. It's always nice having a Crow on the roster, because normally I don't get a lot of those. Alright. SS enabled, throttle is up. I don't know why that became another Algerian flag, but I think I forgot to remove that second flag. Oh wait, no, it's rad on that side. What the hell? Alright, so it corrected on one side but didn't on the other. Interesting. Anyway, T-minus 10. 9. I'm gonna record it from this angle. Okay, let's do this again. T-minus 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. Engine ignition. Oh wait, no, hold on. Those gotta fall away. T-minus 10. 9. We've ended a short hold, but we're back on terminal count. T-minus 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. Booster ignition. And liftoff of Crow. Carrying our Kerbals into low Kerbin orbit to Coral 1, our space station. Vehicle's pitching downrange. Performance looks nominal. I'm trying to remember which booster Crow uses again. Yeah, it's a P120. Performance on the P120 looks nominal. Current flight trajectory looks nominal. Reporting no issues. I don't want to do this. That's a cool screenshot. Crow's going supersonic. Vehicle is continuing to pitch downrange. Crow's still stable on course. Crow's getting a little hot now. Coming up on Deimos burnout. Got confirmed burnout on the first stage. Confirmed stage separation. Current apoaps is 96 kilometers up. SRB separation. Okay. Confirmed engine separation. We had an issue with engine ignition there, so delayed second stage engine ignition and SRB separation was probably a little early, but it's okay. It did all work. Crow is burning for orbit. up a little bit here. Crow does kind of have to fly a stretched heavy, kind of, yeah, a little bit more upwards profile. How long will this? I think we'll be okay. I think we will be okay. I think I can probably lean over a touch more. Like I think this will be fine. Pointed prograde for now. Screw it. No, I'm gonna keep Crow a little bit above prograde. God, how weak Crow's second stage engine is. Should probably like swap this out for something. How much thrust are we getting? 201 kilonewtons. I think even Bluebird's second stage is more than that. I think this is just designed to be efficient, not super heavy. Still going up. And you still have a lot of Delta V on board. So this isn't, like, concerning at all. Apo is 46 seconds out. Orbital velocity is increasing. Crow is going to aim more sideways. Still a little up, or still a little high, but we should still be okay. We're at T plus 5 minutes now. Alright, we're pitching sideways. We're close enough to orbit that I'm not exactly concerned. Try to swing out here and intersect with Coral 1, and then just kind of judge how many orbits we need to really properly get up there. Good orbit confirmation of Crow. That is target. So yeah, we would want to orbit around a few times. Okay, I'm gonna quick save here, just in case I press the wrong action group, but I think I want to be pressing like 1 right now for the solar panels. Two, 3. Maybe I don't have these set. Anyway, we'll go for solar panel extension. Go for solar panel retraction. So that should kind of like harmlessly bump off, unless... no, we can just kind of scooch around it. Now we're good for solar panel extension. So the one thing I forgot is that this stack separator stays on. So when we activate the abort motor through the menu, I think what I was trying to do was I was trying to get it to, make sure that it decouples from the rocket, but it pushed this to orbit all the way. That might actually be something I have to change. Gotta remember, or at least test, then change. Anyway, so that's a new piece of space debris we've created. So we'll get up to here. We're just about to pass the ascending node. It is 1.5 degrees. I'm trying to remember which way we need to aim. Up or down? Not up, it would be down. Okay, point at the maneuver node. Hold there. We're just past the ascending node, but I don't care that much. This will get us really close. So, you're gonna want to orbit around. Ooh. Hold on. That's a separation distance of 5.2 kilometers at the next intersect. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can mess with that at all. 16.9, so I actually want to add more momentum to it, right? 2.9. 12 now. 6, 7. 2, 0. 1. Yeah, we'll do 1 point. Yeah, we'll do 1.3. At some point, though, I do want to detach this stage and switch to the upper stage, but, I want to make sure that, like, the second stage engine ignites, because how bad would it be if it didn't ignite? Actually, if it didn't ignite, it could be something where we just maneuver on the RCS thrusters. Like, I'm even gonna do a little... Okay. Current intersect is 1.3 kilometers. Screw it. Going for stage separation here. Okay, so that would have been the ignition of that. Separation confirmed. Oh, why does that have the shroud enabled? Oh well, yeah, this will be the part that actually rendezvous and docks. But I did just want to, like, make sure. Okay, so what I'm going to want to do here is, when we get here, I want to, first of all, increase this, then do a shift. So would it be this? No, it would be this way. Maybe a little bit too. Yeah, okay, that looks like almost the same orbit. In this case, to make sure nothing goes wrong, I manually activate the engine. Okay. Alright. Burn time is, saying 20 seconds on this engine. Go. We've confirmed ignition. Confirmed correction burn ongoing. Or rendezvous burn, I should add. Alright. We're almost in the same orbit as the station. And currently getting closer. It would be below us. The station is somewhere down there. Actually, for now, point at target. Once we're back into the sunlight, we'll probably try the rendezvous. That's our close. We're 600 meters out right now. The current approach. 500 meters. Are we in sunlight yet? Oh, we're not. There it is! There's the station. Yep, there we go. It's daytime. Alright. Okay, so it's shifting up this way. Right. They pointed at the target. Right, so, I'm gonna use RCS here. Currently on approach. Okay, you know what? Full throttle. Cruising at 1.5 meters per second. This will be going for an autonomous docking rather than an autonomous rendezvous and berthing. Or berthing. Like the other approaches have been. Alright. I'm gonna roll. No, okay, I want it this way. So. Light touch past. We're aiming for this docking port right here. That's a pretty sexy screenshot, actually. The only unsexy part is that I've doubled up the flag. Oh, God. Alright. Oh yeah, what's probably going to happen is that this stage is going to have to become detached. Actually, yeah, I kind of have to. That's kind of how this capsule is supposed to operate. Goodbye. Alright. I want that specifically set as the target. Slow down. Actually, retract solar panels so that that's not dangerous. On. We're on approach. You can just see the other stage off over there. Oh, the magnetics have locked! Docked! The first grid flight to the Coral 1 station is now complete, or not complete. It's now docked! Hooray! So I think I'm gonna do a quick save here. One issue I'm seeing with what I want to do is I want to try to grab the supplies out of the back end here and move them somewhere else. Actually, my other consideration was trying to dock somewhere else to make that easier. Like here. But if I dock there, I don't know where to put the supplies. I'm not gonna bother. I'm gonna pretend like it's done, like the robotic arms moved, but not actually do anything. Alright, so need to start moving crew. Transfer crew. Oh, hold on. Okay. There's so much here. Let me hide their inventories. That'll work. So Gusford is the scientist. There. No. Okay, so I'm clicking to transfer crew. Okay, God, I need to figure out the keybinds for this. Transfer crew KSP keybinds. Another crew hatch. Nope. Transfer crew. Gus Rod. There we go. Okay, transfer Bill and Val into the, habitation module. Yes! Process in the lab. 11 data equals that. It'll be 185 days, though. That... how long do we have? I guess is the question. Okay, so our... Let's calculate this off the carbon dioxide storage. So the carbon dioxide storage is 9823, and the crew storage is 1439. So are these in the same ratios? Okay, so the CO2 storage is okay, so we're estimating it is 95.91 CO2 per day. I'll just keep for now. So it's 9823 plus 1439. So this, we're using about 95.91 for the entire crew. Currently, we can last about 117 days. But it is more science to try to do this here. If I can get a resupply craft to the station, I think we'll be golden. So a resupply craft within the next 100 days, I think would be fine. Which I will actively consider doing. Okay, escape, cancel. Oh, that is a lot of science, if we do that. Physio experiment, so that's... Okay, science rack experiment. So we have science rack bio. I have to check if that's one I need. How long would that keep on? Alright, so that's 185 days. That's also 185 days, and then the color samples is also 185 days. So it is 185 days per experiment. Which, I mean, I do think if I get a resupply craft up there, that's doable. Is it gonna have to stay on station for a while? So here's what I'll do. I'll add an alarm for a 1. Hold on. At 50 days. You guys are gonna get to be up there a while on the space station. Okay, so what is... What is the contract? Oh, this is still one we need to do. Moon's Canyons and Moon's Poles. That's still a mission I need to do. Orbital study, so it does allow for recover or transmit. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna have you select all. Wait, well, oh my god, they got upgraded. Did that cost me anything? I don't think it did. Val is now a level 2 pilot. Alright. Oh, that's now 123 days. Okay. Oh, is that going down? Yeah, that might be a really good amount of science from this space station. However, now there is another task, and that's that we need to get high in space. So we're gonna need to do a set of these at Apo. Okay, we're now past Apo. We're now officially high in space. Transmit that. Container, collect all.
That's your pop. Ja, ich mache so schnell wie so mir schon alles ich mach.
That contract was not worth it, but it is done. Alright, we'll be back there in 50 days. Ongoing successful crewed mission. I think that was like an hour and a half from launch to docking as well. Like under an hour and a half. I'm getting good at this. I will have to do a quick be right back here, I will say. Um, I'm just quickly posting stuff in a Discord. Alright, I do have to be right back. Alright, I'm back. I have a snack now too. Let me get rid of a Discord ping on my other monitor. Alright. So just had a successful flight, or successful crewed launch to the space station. We're only about an hour out from another Bluebird, you know, completing. But I want to try to get I want to get a resupply vehicle made. Also, really close to being able to test these Besmars, and we do have tests here. I'll probably just do all those tests at once. That Chavez test will be close to done. I'm gonna do something, I think, interesting for the first resupply capsule. Okay, why is it crystal? Those might be like life support crystals. I actually want to go to utility. Oh, hold on, I still have to be right back up on the screen. Sorry about that. I also did finally find out where material kits are. So let's say I put one of these down. Or there, that's material kits. So I can bring those up for inflatable habitats, if needed. orbital. What does this do? Hmm. I'm looking through the modules. Hmm. I'm just. That's a service module, but it's really big. I'm looking for like a light service module. You know, those are mostly just crew compartment. Looking for something about that. Well, maybe not without that, but like something where it's less a crew compartment and more a service module. That's really big actually, so no. Hmm. I just want something which can act as a, you know, container. Okay, that's really cheap, so I'm just gonna order it anyway. Let's see what this is. Honestly, that's not great. Well, I definitely want to get some spotlights. Actually, I'm curious, do spotlights have um I'm curious. Those have reliability? No, they don't. Okay, cool. They don't have to be concerned with them breaking. So I'm looking at these cargo pods, like the Minotaur here, that's only crystal. If I look at this, that's something where I can stick these in those as inventory. Which I mean is not a terrible idea. I will actively consider putting this on. I do want to keep this to about 1 ton though. or probably a little under a ton due to the rocket I wish to launch it on. Because I need something to be a test flight on this vehicle. Okay, so I wasn't finding any good containers here. Actually, I know where some were. Oh, they're probably in payload. I'm just being dumb. Yeah, there we go. Okay, life support. We're at 0.84 tons with this. Yeah, that's reasonably big. That could definitely be jammed on a bigger launcher. Okay, we do have this. How many material kits do you have? You have 500. Okay, that carries more. But what does this wind up giving us in terms of tonnage? So this is only 0.688 tons. Oh, and those don't count as parts. Um, hmm. Actually, you don't have it. Yeah, you don't have an inventory. I might try to see if I can get the default inventory down, but like this is not a terrible resupply vehicle right here. So I need this plasma TV. That's cute. Oh yeah, coupling. I need. So the standard docking adapter on the station is the this one, the regular clampetron. How much are we weighing now? Not all that much. So this is 0.518 tons. So this is, you know, about half the total mass that I can take up. Okay. I need. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna sort by mass. Yes, that's not one of the probe cores I decided to test. That's not a tested probe core. I'm trying to find where tested probe cores are. I know I did have the many probes test, so some of those should be in here somewhere. Like okay, that's actually a well-tested probe core, and hold on, how much are we getting out of this? I right-clicked many times, and it just said, oh yeah, okay, we get like everything out of the blender. Onyx. It's just not all that expensive. Alright, now that is generation 2. Hold on, so we do have a gen 1. So that is a part which could be usable, but it is 800. So yeah, let's put the blender avionics package on there. So that, you know, this thing stays just dirt cheap. Antennas by cost. And like what's tested. So this one's tested. Yeah, I think I'll go with the quartz. Okay, so cargo, that one is 3, that one has 4. That one also has 4. So this is not a bad cargo unit to take up. That's 0.15. So currently we are at 0.603. So that would get us to 0.75. Plus the solar panels are probably at about 0.8. We do need fuel, so I might want to do this. Sir, that's not terrible. I am wanting to see some of this other stuff. And that's not bad either. Okay. So for fuel tanks, want to be using RCS of some description. I mean, these guys are usually fairly light. And don't really require a lot of work. Oh, that does get us pretty close to our limit though. I don't think I can do that. That's too big. That's gonna be too little. That's monoprop that's killing me. Are these at all tested? No. I know these aren't tested, but like they're kind of one of those parts that really can't be tested. Could use 2 of these. Yeah, 0.731. So this would need to be a part which gets tested. Does kind of fit because it does close off the end. Although these are going to be lighter. And we gotta remember this is going to be on what'll probably be Starling 2. It'll probably get called Starling 2. So I'm going to do that. We'll figure out a location for them in a little bit. Okay, so go back to cargo. What are we at now? .781 tons. We do need power on this. I'd love to get like a really thin battery pack here. But I'm just not sure that's a good idea. Especially with the, yeah, what I have right now. So let's add a structural part to kind of close this off. That's an adapter. No. Anything I'd want the adapter to kind of close down. So this would be a possibility. That would also be a possibility. Depends on that. This one's lighter. Is it cheaper? No, it's not cheaper. So leave those both on as possibilities. That's a really cheap part. How light is it? I think it is lighter. Alright, that's how we're rounding that off. Okay, so how much? Yeah, we're at .791 tons right now. Okay, and then so we still need batteries. Assume, yeah, those are good. Are these any good? No. These ones are good. Yeah, those are tested. These ones are pretty well tested. I'm also hoping this fits in the pairing I want it to. Okay, so in terms of solar panels, those are not safe. Those are. So it's not many solar panels, but it should hopefully be enough to keep some power on board. How cheap are they? 100. I just want to quickly check. What's the cost of that? 250. Okay. I need to go to command and control. Do want a couple of these radial reaction wheels. Have kind of become like kind of a standard part of a lot of my space probes. Actually, I'm gonna take this part off and bolt it to the engine. Or the engine mounting. Actually, the engine mounting is mostly hollow, so I can justify doing like this. Yeah, that's justifiable. Alright, and then we need some RCS thrusters. Are these tested? No, they're not. Only a little tested. Don't need a star tracker. Micro RCS blocks, only a little tested. I think those are actually on the station themselves. So these do require the liquid fuel and oxidizer. Some of those are on the station themselves. Yeah, that's a new part, so can't really think about that. Those are really big. Okay, these are tested. Oh yeah, these are tested because they're on Bluebird. They're liquid fuel though. Okay, yeah, these are not greatly tested RCS thrusters. Hmm. These are. These ones I do. These ones I trust. Um. Actually, you know what? Let's move the batteries. Put that RCS thruster set like here. So you know what? I can stick these up the control unit a little more. Okay, so there we go. We have a flight-worthy vehicle we can dock for. This costs us 4,000. This weighs about a ton. Honestly, it's close enough that I probably want to give it like a little kick stage. Are these tested? No, not greatly. That's tested. So yeah, now we're at like 1.5 tons. Although we're not counting on it reaching orbit anymore. Fuck. Okay, sorry. Just something in real life. Where's my ideal engine? No, it's a spark. I don't use a boat tail. No shroud. Okay, so this will deorbit on the RCS thrusters and orbit on this. Actually, I should check if 2 stages on Crow are now just debris, or if one of those can actually deorbit. Or if I even want to deorbit it. Actually, no, why don't I just dock with all this? Okay, so now, yeah, you're about 1.7 tons, so I think, oh god, this, I cannot put this on the booster I wanted to put this on. Fuck. Okay, yeah, this is too heavy. And yeah, 0.9 tons it can get to orbit. I'm not sure it can rendezvous successfully, is the concern I have. If I remove all the fuel down here. It's trying to do that just on these. Like, the performance margins for this are already pretty restrictive. And it's to the point where I want to put this on like a Robin-sized vehicle. You know, I'd want it to probably be closer to like 3 tons. So I guess what I'm concluding here is that Starling is too small. Even if it's Starling 2 is just too small to do this, and I would need um, probably a Robin or a Robin 2. Yeah, this can be put into orbit, but we're not talking about just orbit. We're talking about, 200 kilometers up. Could do 2 launches. I have a dumb idea. Do I want to put it on? No, I don't. No. Never mind, and that dumb idea. I was thinking, do I want to put it on that weird, combined Robin Starling thing, but not really. I want to be testing out Starling properly. Is a lot of that here? Yes, that is. So I think that's where I can save some mass. The problem is going to be... This will require a test of whatever RCS thrusters I decide to go with. Which is a little annoying. To say the least. I'm hoping it has some delta V. Actually, in terms of the RCS blocks, I'm gonna take a look at thruster ISP. So yeah, those are 240. These are worse. 230. That's 240. Ooh, that's 285. Ooh, that's 380 in a vacuum for monopropellant. That's 460. Yeah, okay. I think those ones with like 380 ISP in a vacuum are very, very valuable. Um, I'm definitely gonna need to test them more. But like, man, that's a lot of ISP for an RCS thruster. That's even more than some of the engines I'm getting. Like, I mean, just look at this thing. Okay, so let's see. So, if we're using these. Actually, that needs to be rotated the other way around. Yeah, if we're using those, we're at now only 0.9 tons. Actually, how much? Those are 0.04. I assume these are like 0.02. Yeah. Um, I mean, those could also work. I'm just trying to think. So if I have these, let's say I want to go this way, it would require usage of that. If I want to go up, we can. If I want to go back, I can. If I want to go back that way, I can. And then for rotation stuff, I don't really want them. I want to be using the reaction wheels. So I think that's how I do it. I think a lot of loop, yeah, that little decoupler right there. Alright, so that's 0.904 tons. And really the only thing that needs to be tested are these RCS thrusters. So I'll be able to just do a quick test of batches. Well, those RCS thrusters probably do them in batches. Okay, so trying to think back to regular resupply vehicles on space stations. Much that way? Yeah, that's barely anything. If I'm talking about names for these things, historically, in real life, you've got stuff like Cygnus, Cargo Dragon 2, ATV, H2 transfer, and no, what's that name? Come on, what's the Russian one? On the tip of my tongue. Know about this. I know the Russian one. What the hell is its name? Keep thinking Proton, but that's the rocket. Is it even Russian? Progress. There we go. Yeah, Progress, and then I mean, I guess you have like those modules which run shuttle, but of the autonomous ones, I think that's it. Other than what China has, I don't know what the China name is. So, I'm just trying to think of names. So I could think, I mean, I'd probably call this the, I'm gonna call this the LSV, or Light Supply Vehicle. Light Supply. I'll add the LSTV. So the Light Supply Transfer Vehicle. Wow, this thing's cheap. Just like 3,200. This is like 5,000 for a pretty good station. Resupply. And literally all I gotta do is research these RCS thrusters. Although thinking about that, is there any way that I could try to save on some mass or cost from an electrical perspective? More specifically, mass than cost. Okay, so those are the same. Of solar batteries. Aren't actually that much lighter. Actually, no. We're barely saving anything by saving on battery mass. The only thing I can think about is like these mini battery packs. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. That's already providing us with like 200 electrical charge. So these battery packs are purely extra. Or purely like backup power. And those are tested. So that did save us about 0.008 tons. And some cost. And I think that's about as optimized as I'm gonna get it. All I'm gonna need to do is test the RCS thrusters and we'll be good. I'm trying to think of a good name. So if we look at the real life names, we got Cygnus, Dragon, Progress, and then H2 Transfer and ATV. Good job, Europe and Japan. Not coming up with fancy names. Although, to be fair, the ones on the space shuttle didn't have fancy names either. Screw it, I'm calling it the Chariot. I don't know why, this is the Chariot. No, actually, Chariot didn't carry supplies, they carried people. I mean, no, they would have carried supplies too, right? Or wagons would have. Just call it the wagon. Although wagons are kind of in use still. Some thoughts about naming it after animals like mules or something? No, probably not. Donkey. I would say ant, but it's kind of like in use already in the game. But like ants can carry a lot compared to their body weight. Yeah, screw it, I'll call it the chariot. The LSTV chariot. Alright, so, let's go to the spaceplane hangar. Hold on. Okay, so it's saved as a sub-object. I can delete that all. And, what I should do is I should place down a small probe core on the ground. Probably this, because this isn't tested at all. And I think that would be a good one to test. Oh wait, no, that's the one with the engine on it, isn't it? I guess it kind of has an engine on it. I'll test. Yeah, I think that's a good probe core to test it on still. And then this would not at all take long to build. Although other probe cores I would want, or not other probe cores, other things I would want to further test are these ones. And then probably get some form of RCS tank on here to test too. Like that. How long would this take to build? 4 days. Wow. How much of that is due to this tank? Not much. It's probably mostly the probe core. Yeah, no. 4 days, we could test this. And then, send it up. Where is a launch clamp? I need a launch clamp. In utility? Oh, actually probably would be on the low end of the mass scale, right? I wanna unsort. Oh wait, no, we gotta sort by name. That might be structural. There we go. Okay, so I'll call this, Rust test. Oh no. I'll call it RCS test. Build me 3 of them. Okay, so one of those is going to move up to just after those. I'll put one there and then one down there. No. I'm actually gonna move the second LES test way down. Still do not have upgrades available. Gather leftover data of several experiments on the moon. So that would be land on the moon a bunch of times. Flying low. Want color samples flying low. I think the science rack bio might be the happen. So lots of relay scientists. Climate study, flying low, and then landed. At some point I do need to think about accepting one of those. I probably don't want to do Explore Eve Probe. Okay, yeah, Science Rack Bio, I believe, might actually be in that big science container. Biological experiments, I have no idea where that is. Some point I'm gonna have to fly a plane around and do the in-flight ones. Okay. Oh, hold on. Unit 2. We have a maneuver node to jump to. This is the recovery, or this is the satellite. Not the satellite. This is the film canister from Unit 2 around Minmus, which needs to return to Kerbin. And yeah, as soon as we get the RCS test done, it's gonna be time to assemble a rocket with those RCS thrusters on them, or a rocket with that payload on it, and that will be I think that'll be the first test of Starling 2 short, or maybe I do Starling 2 long, or Starling 2 long. I think I'll do Starling 2 short. I think that should have the Delta V to get there, just barely. If I'm good with my throttle management. No, I'll commit to long. I'll commit to long. Working on fuel tanks for each. Um, I probably won't call them short and long. I probably do want to give them some other name. Let me look up, like, what about Titan 3 variants? So, So with the Titan 3, you get um hold on. Okay, so there's Titan 2, then you have 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, 3E, and then 34D, 23C, CT3, and then 4. Okay, we are actually there. Titan 2, 3B was the collective name for a number of derivatives. I probably don't want to do like Starling 2A, Starling 2B, because there's a good chance that the versions, 2A will be fixed. So I think I want to do um there'll be corrections made, and those corrections might be made across the entirety of the block. Whereas with like the original Starling 1 version, it was just kind of one rocket. So I'm thinking of doing like Starling 2 and then some designator for the tank size. So originally, it's just short and long for the two variants I showed. But I'm not sure that's what I want to leave it at. Kind of don't think L and S are great, especially when I might add more, because that engine can take a lot more fuel. It can take a lot more fuel tanks. At which point you could get like a medium or something. So, just trying to think of how to handle that. Also would want to start the burn here at about 4 minutes 13 seconds. 4 minutes 12 seconds. Um, or T minus 4 minutes 12 seconds. Yeah, what would I do? For, Starling. Or Starling 2. Maybe it'll be Starling 3. I think I will make it Starling 3 and then consider Starling 2 a cancelled project. Or just leave the name on the books. But technically it'll be Starling 3 something A. Might wind up being like I might do it by the amount of liquid fuel in it. Um Let me look up Arion 5 variants. Arion 5, so they kind of did G plus GS, ECA, and ES. And then there was ME, which got canceled. So ECA was Evolution Cryotechnique Type A. Um, G was generic. G plus was improved. GS used the improved boosters. My god, look at how close Kerbin is. So I like the idea of generic. Um, I don't know. I kind of need something which which can constantly increase too. Um, Maybe it'll be like a Starling 2-2 or Starling 3-1, Starling 3-2, Starling 3-3, and then the count going up is how big the fuel tanks are. Or how many. Oh wait, actually no. We'll do G and then we'll do E1, E2, and so on. So we'll do, Starling 3 or Starling 3-GA. Um, with the G standing for generic, and then we'll do the E, or E1, E2, E3, so on, as well as, have an A at the end of those. Or it'll be, Starling 3A and then the variant, I think. So that'll be G1, or G, and then E1, E2, so on and so forth. I'll also do like EC. No, I'll probably do E1, E2. So extended 1, extended 2. Okay. So we want to start this at T minus 412. Oh man, look at how fast Kerbin's moving now. This will be the first portion of the partial the partial deorbit burn. Mm, 15, 14, 13, go. Now I have to wait for 8 minutes. Why did I do all of that talking and not just, like, wait until, I'm managing this 8-minute burn? It's like, oh yeah, let's figure all this out and then we'll get close. And now I've just realized, wait a minute, I have time to talk. So an 8-minute goddamn burn. So that's Minmus, that's the Mun. There we go. So yeah, I think for those Starling variants, it will be Starling 3A-G and then Starling 3A-E1, or the 2 currently, and then we'll do I'll do extended 2, extended 3 as I add more fuel tanks to it. Up until the point, from a cost perspective, it starts conflicting with, what is it? yeah, up until the point it's from a cost perspective, it starts conflicting with the lowest version of Robin 2. Um, I'm gonna need a new name for the upper stage on that. Something to go with the Starling, or so the upper stages on Starling are the early ones are Star Tot, the current one is Star B. Um, I guess we're actually on Star B2 at this point. But the E, I think, yeah, like the D and or actually, okay, I'm trying to remember how this went. I can actually just check my sheet here. Oh wait, no, the early one was the Star B, and now we're on the Star Tot. So the Star B would have been on the 1A, and 1B, Starling series rockets. The Star Tot, yeah, the Star Tot would have been on the 1C through 1E. The Star Tot E, or Star Tot Extended, would have been on the 1F, and the Star Tot 2 would be on the 1G. And the 1G is currently in service, but I'm not sure it'll continue to be in service. I just want to make sure like our periap is still good. Yep, it's not really decreasing much. Actually, that's a nice kind of silhouette shot. Let me zoom out a little more, see if I can just kind of get the entirety of it in the silhouette. Yeah, that's cool. I might do Star Streak, and I think that's the name. Is that the name of a missile? It might be the name of a missile. Oh! Oh no! No. Stargrazer. There we go. That's the... I made a roller coaster in Planet Coaster by that name, Stargrazer, a while ago. It's close to Stargazer, but it's a little play on the word with the, added R in it. So I think we do Stargrazer as the upper stage on kind of the downscaled Robin 2 vehicle. Honestly, you know what? No. Here's the thought. Stargrazer is going to be the second stage on Robin 2. So that's going to be considered Robin 2. Robin 3 is going to be the one with the bigger engine. So Robin 3 will be the direct replacement of Robin 1, whereas Robin 2 is trying to kind of fill a gap. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, Robin 2 and Robin 3 will, I guess, simultaneously exist, but be considered different families even from like Robin 1. But the 3's pretty close to 1. So yeah, I think we'll do Robin 2. Robin 2 is not gonna have a generic and a normal. It'll just be normal, or it'll just be Robin 2. Is that's a transit. Look at that. That's a transit right there. I don't know what's transiting Carbol, but something's... Is Eve? Is that Eve? Is that Eve? That might be Eve. Yeah, I think that's an Eve transit. Actually, if I look at the map, we can tell. What's in front? Or is that No, that's not Minmus. That is Moho. That's a Moho transit. Neat! Yeah, that's a Moho transit right now. That's cool. I want to get more pictures of this Moho transit. Okay, so on Robin 2 will be Robin 2 generic, Robin 2G, technically Robin 2A slash G, and then Robin 2A slash E1 and E2. Oh, actually, no, I kind of don't want to do that because it's a different upper stage. I mean, the upper stage is gonna need a name, and in this case, I think it'll have to be some form of backronym. Like with the Robin 1, it was, cursed, cost efficient Robin upper stage. Right? Yeah. And then it just has little T on it. Um, space efficient Robin upper stage? Surst? No. Or Circe? No. I'm trying to think of, kind of memes. Like, Cursed worked, because, it sounds like cursed. Um, it's like, oh, I could do something with sus. No, I already have bsus in service. Bsus is already a thing. Is that the Space Center? Might be the Space... Yeah, we're passing close by to the Space Center on this. I'll have to see what... Okay, so it uses the Chavez engine. I have to remember what the actual, designation is. All adjustment. That's lag. .0 0.0 meters per second. Desired orbit achieved. Okay, Oh wait, no, that's not the Space Center at all we just passed over. Passed over the glitchy part of Kerbin. If I continue a deorbit here, we could probably hit... Okay, you know what? Let's see. So if I do a deorbit burn here. Actually, you know what? Let's see. So we have 955 meters per second of delta V. Ultimately, the goal is to not land in water and not land in mountains. This would be this would be a 6-minute burn though. I think we go there. Um, Although I'm gonna start it sooner. So I'm gonna start it there probably. So this would be 3.5 minutes. So there are a lot of mountains on this path. Close alarm. Oh, that's complete. Okay, you know what? Throttle up. Deorbit. Order given. Think we'll hopefully be able to miss mountains here. Yeah, we'd already re-enter now. Actually, you know what? Hold off. Start it here. That's node in that long. Burn time would be 5 minutes 37 seconds. Split that in two. That would be 2.5. 245. A little over 245, like 248. Unit 248. Go. Okay, I need a name for the new Robin upper stage. Still. And I mean, there's gonna be 3 variations of it too, which is just gonna make it, you know, more difficult. Let's check how the current trajectory is looking. The current trajectory probably puts us in the ocean. You have this kind of peninsula here, which will probably help out somewhat. And the good thing is we still have a lot of altitude, so I think we'll be okay. So it is a balloon tank that is similar to the previous one. So if I want to try to get the naming done, it is a balloon tank. So I can do B, I can do BT. It was on Robin, which means that the letter R is available. I always do cheap. So C is available. I need... List of rocket stage, or list of rocket stages. some of these are just like second stage, like Electron second stage, Falcon 9 second stage. Literally just trans stage, name SSB-10A. I think Centaur's like, yeah, Centaur and Aegina are probably like the main ones with actual like upper stage names. I guess, yeah. Ace is, the advanced cryogenic evolved stage. That one's actually pretty solid. The one on Vulcan. No, we're short of that maneuver because I had to begin the burn late. We're currently pretty far up. I think at this point we're pretty much guaranteed to come down over land. So you can always throw in words like advanced, but it's not really advanced. This is a cheap stage we're talking about. Cheap balloon tank? No. No. Cheap balloon tank stage, oh god, no. No, I'm just gonna keep burning. Bleed off as much orbital momentum as possible. Make the re-entry as easy as possible. Oh, we had a failure. Yeah, no wonder. No wonder we're running low. I did not realize that we had a part failure. Alright. Got confirmed burnout. We're gonna point away and go for stage separation. Okay. Hold on. Swap to the other one. Thank you. Hold retrograde. Um. It's not. The thing is, it's not lighter weight. It's just, it's cheaper, cost optimized. Advanced cop. What if we did like advanced cost optimized Robin stage Acors? It's not a really good backronym, but like, this is not an actual backronym. It's close to Acorn. Oh, I want to get that N in there, but I think Acors is a cool name, actually. The advanced cost optimized Robin stage. Confirmation flag burned off. The other stage is burned up. Does appear. Heat shield still doing its job properly. I think something on the inside's getting a little hot, but that usually just happens with this. Capsule has entered its slowdown phase. I'm gonna get a little closer to the ground. We'll go for shoot deploy at 5,000 meters. Confirmed shoot deploy. Shoot deploy looks good. That was the remainder of the other portion of this. Yeah, the advanced cost optimized Robin stage I think sounds good. I don't want to become like Icarus and stick in Icarus and stick the yeah, I don't want to become Icarus, so I'll do Acors. I think we'll call it Acors. So I think I'll do Acors. No, I don't think you can use N as a size measurement. So I think it'll be Acors S, Acors M, and Acors L. Confirmation of shoot deploy. Looks like the science is home. Well, more specifically, the spying image, the reconnaissance images. Actually, no need for SAS anymore. While this is parachuting down, let me write down upper stage names. Not the cost efficient cost. I'm literally just in my other monitor entering in the names of those upper stages while waiting for this to descend. good news is that the part which got scrapped is gone. Wow, yeah, almost nothing from the heat shield. It hits the ground and the reaction wheel just fails. Um, okay then. The moment it hits... You know what? Here's what I'm gonna say. The contact with the ground caused the reaction wheel to fail. Probably do... I just need to mark some stuff down. So I'm gonna move fixture 4 down, and then here put in I have a whole launch on my stat sheet that's not there because I forgot to put the crow launch in. I already kind of forgot its name. Yep, contract complete. Still no sign of those crushing. Okay. Excellent. So I could quickly go to the VAB and just check what the name is of that. I need to check the name. And then after I check the name, yeah, RRCC-EXP1. So Expedition 1. Alright, so I got a bluebird to roll out to the pad. Part of me kind of feels like it'll probably be, launch the bluebird into low Kerbin orbit, and then I think I want to get that Starling under construction. Maybe I'll. Ooh, I need to get the moon probe or the Mun probe thing done too. I'll have to see what that takes. Unless that was. Please don't tell me that was a mission already launched. Okay, so if I look at the previous missions, so Unit 2, what was the last Mun mission? Rad MSARS.
Oh, ah.
Oh, might be random SARS.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I think this was MSARS.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, I'll have to see. Hold on, what
Oh,
does that
wow.
contract entail? And, let me get a picture of it. So, I'll try to use the picture to better understand what I need to do.
Uh-huh.
If we take a look at, yeah, contracts. Okay, photo surveillance from a polar orbit of Kerbin. So this would be a gamble. Um,
Uh-huh.
I mean, this is literally like a Munlander. East Crater. Um, two of those are easy actually. Um, one is take photographs from the East Crater, one would be from the Northeast Basin. I don't think that's a good idea. Um, especially given how little they're giving me. You know, that might be, I think that would be like two landers. These two would be free. These two, thank God, would be free. No, no, I don't think that would be free. I think that, yeah, the more I look at that, the more I'm just like, that is a terrible idea.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Only one of these is low in space. So this would be going to the grasslands, mountains, and badlands. Let me see. Kerbin biome map. Oh god, the badlands are basically on the other side of Kerbin. Um, maybe if I flew out from one of the other launch sites, I could get there easier. No, not really. The desert launch site wouldn't really be good. I think badlands in kind of weird spots. So there's just kind of one region, which is badlands. Would be fly across the ocean. I guess that is reachable. A couple which are reachable. Surface sample. So let's get out and grab something from the surface. Gravity scan is easy. Gravity scan is easy. Let's just take a gravity scan and launch something with the ability to take a gravity scan into polar orbit, which we might already have that. And then I do think I want to do this photo surveillance. Um, Important info. Need to add this. And then yeah, I'll do.
Oh,
We'll do photo surveillance because that's an easy mission, and I think it'll be a good mission to test out some of the new Robin capabilities. How much is this worth? Um, so this would be to dock in the future. No, that would be in preparation for a man docking maneuver. Not wanting to do that right now. What does this? No, I no. No sign. No on the science rec bio. Like these two are contracts I want to be able to take in the near future. Um, right now I have that extra spare one, and this actually doesn't look bad, especially if I'm, you know. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I have the rad moon pulse one, so I could try to bundle. I could either try to bundle these two together. Yeah, I think I do. Um, BD Mun. Okay. Alright, so that's some contrast. Also, we have enough science at this point that I can start researching something else. Actually, we've had enough for a while. I mean, we could start considering nuclear power, but I think high altitude flight's just going to be better, or, you know, heavy aerodynamics, or heavy landing. That is efficient flight systems for cheap. At some point I do have to get the Saturn mobile launcher and space shuttle launcher. To just provide some extra parts. Oh, we do have heat management systems down here, but they're really not much you get from that. I'm thinking probably one of these two. Probably high altitude flight I'm preferring. Node will unlock in 18 days. Oh, hey, one upgrade's available. Um, why is it? Okay, I'm trying to figure out why can I not go like rate 3 and rate 4 in the VAB, but all the SPH ones are the same. Yeah, I think right now it is just I need more money. I'm just trying to think of the best way to do that. So this is a greater percentage speed up on that, but that's largely used for testing parts, whereas the VAB stuff is more for launching them. But I am going to be starting some of those plane stuff soon. So, screw it, we'll get it in the spaceplane hangar. Okay, roll the Bluebird out there. Fixture 4 is pretty close to done too. Hey, there's some stuff I need to clean up. Right? Let's just get those tests done. So with the test of the Bessemers, I could get the resupply mission going. Although I'll probably have to order more engine tests and more tank tests here too. Actually, I'll probably have to order a new set of them for the Robin 2. I'll need the Chavez. Actually, no, if the Chavez test completes, that'll be, good enough for Robin 2 of any variant. So I might wind up doing like a Robin 2C. I think I will do a Robin 2C and try to bundle two missions together, just kind of see what I can get. Or maybe it will be like a 2B or 2A. It will depend. We'll definitely need to test another couple Bessemers to do that. Actually, I'll probably just be duplicating the Bessemer and Chavez tests because I'm thinking that if I can get the part, or all I have to just do is rush upgrading these parts to a greater generation so that, they're actually usable. It's not something where I'm needing to purchase them in batches. It's something where, fuel tanks can be pretty good. Ooh, that's a nice engine. Oh man, this is gonna be a cool launch. Anything with this engine is gonna be a cool goddamn launch vehicle. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so that's an engine test, that's a fuel tank test. Excellent. So that means that Starling 2 is now possible. Actually, the second photo surveillance flight of Kerbin would actually be a really good um, test for, one of those new vehicles. So I might need to wait until I have two of those Chavez engines completed. Okay, so duplicate. Um, okay, so I'm working on two Chavez engines. That would be enough for two launches. But I will do a nice little duplicate here. So I'm gonna move that Bessemer up. And I'm gonna move this down. I think it's more important to get both of the Chavez and another Bessemer. And actually, I'm going to move these two Bessemer tests up. So those two Bessemers will be the next two Bessemers I need. I actually need to check the gimbal range on the other Bessemer. Yeah, I feel like a gamble is going to go best on a on a Robin or on a Robin 3, I should say. I should actually probably go through and name all the rockets. Actually, no, I don't need Bessemers for Robin 3A. That's like that's the other one I need Bessemers for. Which I mean would be a good test too, but for Robin 3A, I only need the Chavez. So, each Chavez test is a Robin 3. Kerbal just crashed. Okay, be right back. Alright, I got my snacks, and apparently someone was unlucky enough to stop in during the break period, it appears. Just like, I hate how long I went without a viewer, only to have a viewer kind of come in during this break period and actually stay for a decent amount of time. Oh, God. Anyway, too twitchy for my PC. The money's kind of coming back. Well, no, that's a little bit of regrinding. Alright, so we were trying to load up this. And the thing I was realizing was I really only need Chavez tests. Yeah, so the Bessemer tests are really only if I want the 4 or the Dash 4 rocket. Um Chavez would be for any, and I think those are important. Or, a Bessemer would also be good for Starling 2. One thing I need to remember to check here. Man, that did not heat all the way. Wow. Hmm. I mean, it didn't heat all the way through. Unfortunate. I think my computer's just screaming in pain right now. Um, every time I run this save, it is. So what I want to do is test out the gimbal. Okay, so which way does it gimbal? So gimbal's parallel to this. So cannot do a side to side gimbal. We can't do this. Which is going to be extremely important information for any rocket using this. So remember, it does not gimbal towards this piece. Which Which actually means I probably want to hop in the VAB and kind of check which way it's gimbling on everything. Yeah, I think it's time to officially get the rockets into the state they should be in. So that's 3 rockets I have to adjust, I believe, right? Or at least check if I need to adjust. And I think now is when we'll give them names. Okay, so which way is this gimbaling? Um, so the engine here would control the side to side, the fins would control the forward back. Um, I guess the question is, do I want the fins? No, I want the engines to control all that. So what I'm gonna do is that, and then this. Or I'll have to do this on the other one too. So the fins will be used for the stability in this direction, and the engine pitch um, will be used for the rocket pitch. I guess these will also be used for roll. So this is Starling 2. Um, 2A dash G. So I need to do that same process here. I'll leave that in place. Toggle the flag. Actually, you know what? Rotate it this way. And now you do have to go up a lot, if I recall correctly. About there. So this is Starling to AE1. Okay. And then on to CLF BP4. Doesn't yet have a name. So which way would the engines gimbal? Right now the gimbal on this axis. Which I think is the way I want it. This is gonna be a little weird, but yeah. That rocket will get its name when it gets its name, but it's ready. And then none of the other ones do need anything. In fact, this one can like just launch whenever. This one literally has like, yeah, no issues with it. Although this is not one I actually want to fly. I don't want to fly CLF BP2S1 because this is just superior. So this is going to be Robin 2 or Robin 2A. I could add a new folder here and just move stuff over to it. I might do that. I'll probably do that off stream. Okay, so this is Starling, or not Starling, Robin 3. Please don't tell me I had to call that one like Starling something. It should be Robin. I'll have to go back and check. So I think I was gonna do General and then E1 and E2, but I think I'll just do SM and L for short, medium, and long. So we'll do Robin 3A S. actually do the 3AS, AM, and the AL. Okay, Robin 3AM, Robin 3A medium. Actually, you know what? No, I'll call them the 1, the 2, and the 3 for... No, I'll do 2, I could do 2, 3, and 4. The A2, the A3, and the A4. And then consider, you know, basically each of those a unit of fuel tank up top. So you're the Robin, you'll be the Robin 3A4. I want to rename the other ones. The A3 and the A2. Okay. 3A3, save. The And then you'll be the 3A2. And then I'll just delete the AS and AM. So, yeah, delete. Alright, there we go. So, yeah, now we got the Robin 3A2, or the Robin 2, and then the Robin 3A2, 3A3, and 3A4. Now that sufficient parts are, well, okay, no, sufficient parts aren't tested yet. I still need the other thing to be tested. Yeah, I think at this point the next launch or getting the next rocket prepared either relies on getting a Chavez engine out or getting a getting the RCS thrusters out for the resupply capsule. Which how far away from those things? 3 days and 3 hours on each of them. Move, remove, launch. It's gonna be kind of sad seeing the retirement of Robin 2 and Starling 1. Um, well, not Robin 2, the Robin 1 and Starling 1. Although I guess I am combining the two rockets for some ungodly reason. Well, it's not strictly a combining, it's, you know, it's a bonus second stage. Fun. Yeah, this is just literally a spawn it and then do a normal recovery. One more test, that would be the launch escape system test. Oh, oh, I think I know what's going on with the launch escape system. I enabled the decoupler. So, if I actually activate these, I think they're all gonna fail. Okay. Let me do this. That works. All right, it's time for Bluebird. I feel like I'm not gonna queue up the next mission today. I think it is just gonna be this Bluebird and then I'm done. Um, And yeah, so this is just gonna launch to an equatorial orbit. I don't think anything else really matters. We'll calculate how to or how best to get to Eve. You know, once we're kind of coming up on the couple of days where it's best to actually fly there. Yeah, this launch will. Yeah, this launch will do the simple task of putting 3 spacecraft going to Eve into low Kerbin orbit. Yeah, I don't even think I want to bother with launching Fixture 4 today. I think Fixture 4, the last Robin flight, will be tomorrow. Or the last Robin 1B. Hopefully the last Robin 1B. You know, if I have like a busy enough launch schedule, I might throw another one in. Actually, I might consider doing a... No. Okay, so the resupply's got to be Starling. We have that Mun mission. I might stick that on a Robin 1B. And a little bit of wobble, I think. I need a little bit of auto strut up here. I have a little bit of auto strut. There we go. Alright, throttle up, SS engaged. We are sending 3 spacecraft to Eve. Let me just make sure that our staging is correct. Bearing deploy, second stage separation, I'm assuming, and then we have the third, and then we have the side decoupler for Gilly. Yeah, we have all the extra engines. Alright, I think we're good. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition, and liftoff of Bluebird with multiple Eve missions on board. Bluebird has cleared the tower. Bluebird is pitching down range. What missions is it again? We have the missions DMEMS, WGSR-1, and Eve Shot 1. DMEMS will be conducting a magnetic field study around Eve long term. WGSR-1 will be setting itself up as a relay around Gilly, and Eve Shot 1 is only going to do a flyby. Nominal performance from the SRB on Bluebird. Bluebird's going supersonic. Bluebird is past max Q. I have no idea what's going on with the transonic regime, or with the Mach effects. Something at the top's causing some weird stuff. I don't know what. Bluebird is continuing to pitch over. Big Duna up there. A little bit of twinkle. Bluebird pitching hard over. Going for fairing separation. Fairing deployment is confirmed. Booster burnout is confirmed. Bluebird is in a short coast phase. We will be ending that coast phase now. Stage separation confirmed. Second stage ignition confirmed. Second stage pitch over maneuver confirmed. Bluebird's on a good course to orbit. We'll actually be throttling down here. Bluebird's now on half throttle. Bluebird's on a third throttle. We will be coasting to Apo. Got nominal performance from the ANR 191B. I'm actually going to be starting to use some 191s on first stages here pretty soon. We're working on that right now. Course adjustment. As we did launch pretty south there unintentionally. Bluebird, go for throttle up. Orbit has equalized a little more. Come on. Keep her steady. Good orbit confirmed. Got the engine shut down. Antennas are extended. Yeah, these are probably backup solar panels. Like, that's the main one. Alright, we will revisit that, in a month. And, yeah, I think I am gonna call it there. I'm just... Yeah, this stream has gone on long enough, and... nobody's here. It's very difficult to stay invested in a game this long. It's very difficult to stay invested in a game when you have been talking to yourself for 4.5 hours. And you're having to just kind of constantly check something where nobody's showing up, especially nobody showing up when you're live. It is, oh my God, from 4 p.m. from like 2 hours ago, the only time anyone was on was when I was, AFK during that, on break during that brief period of time. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna call it there. Thank you everyone who saw this. Mostly those who saw it after the fact and like the ten brief views I got during the big thing. Um, yeah. I don't know much else to say. I don't know why I'm doing this series at this point. Should just I should just stick to like Roller Waves 2 and From the Depths. Problem is I burned myself out on From the Depths, and I think I kind of burned myself out on Roller Waves 2, or just kind of got to a place where the Roller Waves 2 just wasn't as fun, shall I say. Um, I guess the German campaign's probably a little bit better than the British campaign right now. The British campaign I don't think is very fun right now. Anyway, yeah. It's more stress than fun. Yeah. I will see you next time then. Yeah. Bye.